Hello and good morning, everybody. We are here with what should be the final day of Alan Wake 2. We completed the main game yesterday, and if you haven't checked it out in the YouTube video for yesterday's stream, in the description I posted a link to the epilogue, Alice Wake's epilogue video that plays. I guess it only plays in the new game, the regular new game version of the game, not the final draft, which I guess on retrospect it kind of makes sense because it's the video that connects to the final draft. But Alice Wakes, she gives she says that she realized that Alan was alive the whole time in the lake. He didn't drown, so she is going back to the lake to jump into the dark place to help Alan escape, and that everything that had transpired between the new game and then the second part of the Spiral final draft was all orchestrated by Alice. So that was kind of an important video that we did not get to see, unfortunately, but it is important to the story. So I posted that in the video description. So anyways, we have the lake house, and then the third, technically the second Night Springs episode that we did not play, because we played Timebreaker with Quantum Wake, or Quantum Break, and then we played Number One Fan during the game as Alan in like the second or third stream because it's fun and I like it. This one stars Jesse Faden, but not the Jesse Faden that we know. And then the lake house is the, if you remember at the very beginning of the game, as Saga, you can go up to the fence to the lake house, but you can't talk to anybody. Or you can, the first time you go up there, there's a guy who says that you can't come in unless you're FBC. And then the second time you go up to it, there's nobody there. And then at the very end of the game, if you right before we go to the point of no return, you can talk to Agent Estevez, and she's like, "Do you want me to tell you what happened at the lake house?" And I was like, "No, I want to play the rest of the game first." So we will do that. But first, Night Springs. I'm pretty sure this episode is only. Actually, hang on, just one sec. I fucked up real quick. Night Spring, this is only like 45 minutes or something like that, so it shouldn't be too long. I think we can get through both of them. Like, according to my save time for Lake House, that was only like 2.5 hours, so we might be able to get through both of these in one stream. What was I doing? Okay. Sorry about that. Okie doke. So let's get started. Warning, are you sure loading into the expansion from this menu will overwrite your progress in the existing expansion quick save slot? Yes.
Young woman on a mission to save a missing loved one. Desperately trying to stay one step ahead of the shadowy government agents hunting her. Agents from the very same agency that took the only person she cares about. On her quest, she is guided by her mysterious alien guardian angel. Her guiding star shows her the way, as it always has. She does not know what strangeness awaits her as she follows its unwavering light to the small town of Night Springs. Tonight's dreamlike episode, North Star.
This is gonna get strange. There's no helping it. The universe is much deeper and weirder than people know. My brother and I know. We've seen it. We've seen you. But there are some people, an agency, that doesn't want anyone knowing more than what they see. That's why they took my brother, and have been chasing me my whole life. But I can't keep running.
Okay, actually, sorry. I realized I missed one more thing. Okay, sorry.
You think something here's important? What, the numbers?
238.
I've never been able to track down the government agency that took my brother. Until now. You helped me find this place. Now you'll help me get him back. Right? Hello? Is anybody here? A roasting bar. This place really makes me want a coffee. But I guess that's the point.
Uncover the mysterious and ineffable essence behind every cup of Dark Triangle's unique roast.
Coffee time with family time.
I already have 100 rounds of ammo. I don't even have a gun yet.
Try a cup of Dark Triangle.
Why does an amusement park need a welcome center?
Wake up to a fresh
No tape. I don't have time to sit around watching movies anyway.
is enjoying coffee.
The gazebo?
Ma'am! Here! Get inside the light! Oh, they don't like the light. You shouldn't be here. How did you even get inside?
Shit, a cop. Should I lie? I kinda let myself in.
You got more than you bargained for, huh?
I'm looking for someone. My brother. Have you seen anybody?
Well, only if you count those monsters. I'm sorry, ma'am. They've been abducting people from Night Springs, too. I'm here to get them back home. But now it's time you left. It's not safe here.
I'm not going anywhere until I find my brother.
I respect that. There's a warehouse just past the park. It's locked up tight, has some fancy government security system, but the intercom is busted. I figure that's where they're keeping our missing folks. There's a spare pistol and flashlight on the bench. I'd feel better if you took them.
That's convenient.
Those monsters don't do well with light. And whatever you do not drink the coffee.
This should make things easier.
Staff memo. Please be aware that there will be some changes due to new management. Starting immediately, Coffee World will only open at night. This will allow us to draw in new customers. All staff should be pushing our brand new Dark as the Void blend. On that note, tomorrow we will have a special tasting party for staff. Attendance is mandatory. Please bring your friends. Missing person. Have you seen me? Name Jacob Flemson, age 52. Male, 5'11", 180, last seen hiking at Night Springs National Park. On 18 September, the reporting party advised that her partner, Jacob Flemson, was last seen leaving for Night Springs National Park at approximately 11:30 a.m. Flemson was wearing a dark shirt with a rock band logo, flannel overshirt, navy jeans. If found, please contact Night Springs Sheriff's Department. Dark Triangle Coffee proudly presents Night Under the Stars. The nights may be cold, but the coffee is hot. This week, Coffee World will only be open at night. Bring your family, friends, children, anyone you know for fun under the stars. Join us. Join the percolation. That's it, huh? Okay.
Let's check out that warehouse the sheriff mentioned. You still with me? Good to hear.
So much like Rose's episode, they just load you down with a fuck ton of ammo, so don't have to worry about that part. I only have 200 rounds, you know, not a big deal. I guess, okay. Oh, nope, not that one. No, shoot the gun, man. Okay, well.
It smells like coffee. This must be the warehouse. But how do I get inside? Hi, I need to get inside.
Please insert passkey.
Sorry, I lost it.
Please insert passkey.
Fucking machine.
Passkey invalid. Do you submit to security questions for authorization?
Sure. What's the question?
Please recite the fourth word of Dark Triangle Coffee's mission statement, as seen in our orientation video.
What kind of question is that?
That is incorrect.
Coffee?
That is incorrect.
I guess we need to find that tape.
Guess we need to find that orientation video.
Should I take a picture of this? Just in case. actually don't remember anything about this episode, so we're just kind of winging it. Sorry.
Sheriff said not to drink this stuff.
Well, I think I got enough inventory to last me for a little while. But at least Jesse can fire a gun way faster than Saga can. Okay, so there does not actually seem to be anything up here. Polaris, help me out. Where am I going? This is just the warehouse I was just at, right? Yeah. No. Where do I go next? Find the orientation video. Yes. But where is the video? I kind of figured the lights would guide me to the right direction, but apparently not. Is there a code or something? No, this is just the entrance. Is there a map? No map. Okay. Hey, Sheriff, have you seen an orientation video?
Hey. Well,
The
I'm glad to
security
see you're
system
okay.
wants some kind of password to get into the warehouse.
So you got it working. I wonder why it wouldn't turn on for me. What did it ask for, exactly?
It asked for the fourth word of the Dark Triangle Coffee mission statement. Any idea what that is?
Of course, it wants you to watch the video. The info you're after is on a videotape, but it is chock full of government brainwashing. I watched a bit of it. It was doing something to me. It's dangerous. You can't watch that tape.
I need that videotape, Sheriff.
Well, this is exactly how they get you. But fine. If you really want it, I hid it in the Ferris wheel, cup number 4. You'll need this key. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Okay, well, I went to the right place. I just needed to do this first. Now I have to get my way back to the Ferris wheel.
So, you up for a movie?
Dark Triangle Coffee is a fast-growing company with ambitions to sweep the nation and eventually the globe with our out-of-this-world beverages. Drawn by our coffee's distinctive flavor and our unique beans, people are rushing to join the Dark Triangle movement. The company's mission statement is simple. To drink the truth
There.
is to become
That's what we need.
one.
Password
Our
is
financial
truth.
and spiritual growth
Now
has
we
been
can-
accelerating at speeds previously
Hey,
unknown
what
to
is-
humanity.
Something is
Soon everyone will only know the flavor of Dark Triangle Coffee. And the world will be as one under this rich
dream. Please, no, please, Lloyd. You stopped it. That was awful. Like a voice screaming in my head. But we got what we needed. The fourth word of the mission statement. Truth. Let's get back to that warehouse. That video was doing something to me. If you hadn't been there, what would have happened? What is this agency trying to do here? Control people? But why? What's their plan? What if my brother has already been... No. I didn't come all this way to lose him now.
Please recite the fourth word of Dark Triangle Coffee's mission statement, as seen in our orientation video.
Truth.
That is correct. Further verification required. Please recite the optimal roasting temperature for Dark Triangle Coffee beans in Fahrenheit.
180?
That is incorrect.
Okay, so now we have to go back to the roasting bar
I bet I
and
can find the
do
temperature I need at that roasting bar.
a math puzzle.
Optimal roasting temperature. You don't Didn't think so. I've loitered in enough coffee shops to recognize a roasting machine. Let's check this out.
Everyone loves math puzzles.
Okay, so the temperature is higher than whatever this is. This is like being back in school. So the temperature is less than 500. I think that worked. 487. Who knew geometry would actually come in handy?
Yeah, it's not like I totally looked that up beforehand or anything. I knew all of that in my head, definitely.
Please recite the optimal roasting temperature for Dark Triangle Coffee beans in Fahrenheit.
487.
That is correct. Further verification required. required.
Oh, come on!
Try the coffee.
I tried the coffee.
You are not coffee. Try the coffee.
Worth a shot.
Oh, that doesn't sound
Try
super ominous.
The coffee. That's gonna be a problem. But I can't stop now. You'll keep me safe. Right?
Hey, Sheriff, you want to try the coffee for me? Oh. Uh-oh. The sheriff is gone. I guess Warlin Door took him to the next area. What's the fastest way to the place? I'm low on ammo. I only have 200 rounds.
Here goes nothing. I'm trusting you. Huh. That wasn't safe. Shit. There's definitely something wrong with this coffee. Shit.
Oh no, Sheriff!
Are you all right, Sheriff? I heard gunshots.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I was looking for you when one of those things jumped me. Got a little bit of coffee in my mouth, but I spit it out. Should be fine. But listen, I figured something out.
What did you figure out? Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, it's nothing. Those government bastards will never get me.
You're a sheriff. You are a government
It's
bastard.
not just the government. There's something else here. I don't know what it is, but it's... You need to get your brother and get out of here as soon as you can. Promise me.
Yeah. I promise, Sheriff.
Good. That's good. I'm just gonna catch my breath here a minute.
Are you sure you're good, homie? You're not gonna come back as one of those, as one of the coffee taken, are you?
Try the coffee.
I tried the coffee.
You are coffee. Who's in your weapons?
No, but I have so much ammo.
You may enter. Welcome, coffee.
Here we go. You ready?
Hey, you know what's great? A forced stealth section.
The coffee went through him. The promised mud.
What the fuck are those things?
Coffee. He is the mud.
A key. Probably worth holding on to.
And apparently I got an achievement for that? What did I do? I have done their bidding, packaged their coffee, and brought the people to Coffee World to share in their blessing. They say I am almost ready.
Brought you a coffee.
No, they got the sheriff.
Don't be rude.
Sheriff? Sheriff! How'd you get in here?
Coffee time is family time. It's the best part of the day.
Hey! Snap out of it!
Coffee solves all your problems. It lowers heart disease and leads to higher life expectancy.
Fuck. I'm so sorry, Sheriff. This is a nightmare. I need to find my brother. He has to be okay. What the hell? Have you ever seen anything like this?
Was that a yes?
This isn't the government.
Oh shit! And that's not her brother.
Hello, sister.
Or, I guess it is.
I would like to tell you about a dream I had.
This doesn't seem right. I'm definitely using that for a YouTube thumbnail, though.
A conspiracy within a conspiracy. How can one expose a lie when the truth exists beyond our wildest imagination? Who can ever truly know how deep the rabbit hole goes in Night Springs?
Okay, and while the Night Springs song plays, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Hang on.
Space invader, looking cute in a human suit. Secret agents with the down race they shoot. Psychic powers, hypnotizing magic fruit. Strange machines, weird mysteries. We got freaky fantasies. Night Springs, psycho killer on the run. Yeah, Night Springs. I done the black hole sun, 'cause in Night Springs
Okay. Now, we're gonna get to the hefty DLC, the Lake House, where we play as Agent Kieran Estevez.
This isn't the Bureau's first time in Bright Falls. 1970, 76, 8. Last one was in 2010. It's not exactly clockwork, but this town sees way more altered world events than most. We knew it was just a matter of time before the lake acted up again. After the AWE in 2010, the FBC's research department set up a facility, the Lake House, to study the Threshold and Cauldron Lake, find better ways to contain the entity inside. Your tax dollars at work. When we detected a spike in paranatural activity at Cauldron Lake, before I even knew you were on this case, Saga, the Lake House was my first stop. I was short-handed, hoped they could spare some help, maybe give us some intel on the situation. If I had any clue what was waiting for us in there, Saga, I'd have just kept on driving. This is Agent Kieran Estevez responding to an AWE alert in the vicinity. I need to speak with the Marmonts. So much for the welcome wagon. You all set up the perimeter. We're on the Threshold's doorstep, so keep your eyes peeled.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, much like the Alan Wake experience was the kind of the bridge between Control and Alan Wake 2, this is obviously the bridge between Alan Wake 2 and Control 2. And remember that she was, the voiceover, she's talking to Saga because at this point, she's describing the events of this expansion to Saga right before the point of no return area in Alan Wake 2.
Agent Kieran Estevez, requesting entry. I don't have time for this. This shouldn't take long, okay? You see anything, radio me.
Roger that.
The Lake House was run by the research department. Research and investigations don't really see eye to eye. What they call science, I call a violation of Bureau protocol and human decency. Classic interdepartmental drama. Your FBI saga, you know how it goes. Now, in retrospect, my low opinion of the research department may have clouded my judgment.
No, research generally sucks. We went through all of this very recently in Control. Research is not great at their job.
Hello? Agent Kieran Estevez, Investigations Department. No one wants to check the individual carrying a firearm into a restricted government facility? No? Okay, well, it's definitely going in the report.
There does not seem to be anyone around to investigate your firearm.
Hello, and welcome to another exciting day here at the Lake House. As I'm sure you know, I am Dr. Jules Marmont, and this is my wife.
Dr. Diana Marmont.
And together we are the heads of research at this facility. We want to thank you all for helping us break new
Hello,
ground in
Sarah.
our study of cauldron
Welcome to the
life.
stream.
That's right, Jules. But don't let our exciting work in threshold regulation and dimensional coupling
You're
keep
doing
you
pretty
from
good. We're just
observing the
cleaning
proper
up
safety
Alan Wake
protocols.
2. We just
Yesterday, Diana,
finished
we run a
the
tight
Night
ship
Springs
here at the
DLC
Lake
with
House.
Jesse, and
So,
now we are doing
always
the
remember
Lake
the
House
three
with
S's.
Agent Kieran Estevez.
Safety, security, and censorship.
C. It's a C.
Why, yeah, that is the joke, Diana.
It's a stupid fuck.
Wonderful joke, Jules. We'll see you down there.
Yeah, that seems healthy.
Well, okay, so what I discovered during the main game is that, like, I played the main game and final draft, like way before the Lake House DLC had come out originally, and so I played it separately. I didn't realize that you can actually play the Lake House like in the game. There's a moment in the game where you're as Saga, where you talk to Agent Estevez, and she's like, "Hey, do you want me to tell the story of the Lake House?" And then you play the DLC, and I skipped that. So I finished the main game, and now I'm going back to the Lake House. Urgent reminder, lake safety protocols. Please remember that the following recreational activities are forbidden in the waters of Cauldron Lake. These restrictions apply to both civilians and FBC employees. Fishing, redacted, swimming, boating applies to canoes, kayaks, motorboats, using the water for redacted purposes, water skiing, redacted in the water, paddle birding. That's supposed to be paddle boarding? These activities can result in redacted and an estimated redacted % of cases. If you are unclear about any of the restrictions listed above, please speak with redacted. Yeah, I really like Alan Wake 2. I thought it was a really good game. I wasn't a fan of the first one, but I really like Control, and then I played this one, and I was like, "Oh, this game's actually really good." I was pretty surprised. Like, the only reason I played it in the first place was because I really love Control, and it ended up being really good. Any tips for Alan Wake? It's kind of a straightforward game. I mean, I guess the one thing that you may not know, like, a lot in Alan's section in particular, a lot of the shadow people, you can, like, you there's like the flashlight burst that you can do, right? But you don't have to do that on every single enemy. Like 90% of the shadow people in Alan's section, all you have to do is like do the regular flashlight, just hold down aim and point the flashlight at them for a few seconds and they'll disappear. You don't have to do the special burst on them and waste your batteries. But other than that, it's a pretty straightforward game. Date redacted. Security report regarding local rumors. A recent security operation was performed among the citizens of Bright Falls and Watery. The goal of this operation was to ascertain public knowledge and opinion of the lake house and its operations. The following information was gained through covert listening and informal questioning. The local public appeared to view the area around the lake house with fear. This is, of course, the intended reaction, as the Bureau has publicly marked the area as dangerous due to volcanic gases. However, there's a specific rumor among the public regarding a government facility in the woods, run by mad scientists taking people for experimentation. This rumor seems particularly popular among the local youth, and its proximity to the truth is cause for concern. Worst case outcome would be an increase of curiosity or possibly even aggression. It is possible this is even the reason for the lake house's security breach back in Redacted. Action to be taken. Security personnel will continue to monitor youth chatter. If the rumors continue, disseminating a cover story may be required, perhaps even fabricated signage for an American Volcano Commission type institution. Dr. Marmont here to remind you to put in 100% effort today. Look, listen, think. A safe workplace is everyone's responsibility. Oh, I play a bunch of games. It's just, I like, Control was one of the first games that I started streaming on, and then I just kind of got the bug. I was like, well, I've started Control, so, let's go back and play all the other Remedy Universe games. So I went back, and then I started at Alan Wake 1, and then I played Quantum Break, and then I am on the tail end of Alan Wake 2, and then I'll be finished with all the Universe games. Any unaccompanied artist must be reported to security immediately. Security, safety, censorship. Remember the 3 S's. This guy must be bored. And hungry. Well, I don't know about that. But I mean, I do enjoy the Remedy games. They're pretty fun. It's July 14th, 2023, from Ava Ramani to FBC personnel. Status update regarding Oldest House. Yeah, I'm from the US. To all staff, on-site observation teams report that the Oldest House is still under... Okay, this is July 2023. And remember, Control takes place in 2019. Okay, so this has been... this is a long time. On-site observation teams report that the Oldest House is still under active lockdown. Status of Director Trench, management team, and all other personnel inside the Oldest House at the time of the lockdown's initialization remains unknown. Observation teams have detected fluctuations in the redacted field originating from the Oldest House as of redacted, increasing in strength as it loops through a specific pattern every redacted hours. These readings are currently being analyzed by research staff in the Boston office. Any personnel with information pertaining to this signal should contact them immediately. Now, observation teams have detected fluctuations in the redacted field originating from the Oldest House. I'm assuming that is the HRA signal. And the fluctuations would be, when Hedron was destroyed and the signal was transferred, or the resonance was transferred over to Jesse. Yeah, what was your question? Took the last cup of coffee, brew a fresh pot. Yeah, don't be a dick.
That's handy.
The lake house map.
An experiment. That bodes well.
Experiment in progress.
Dr. Marmont's not here. Nobody is?
Barrows University.
I'll have to check downstairs.
On the recommendation of the faculty and by the virtue of the authority vested in them, the trustees of Barrows University have conferred on Jules Francois Marmont the degree of Doctor of Applied Science. Oh. And you're actually a bot. Sad. Okay. Well. Goodbye.
They must all be working on the lower levels. I'll need to head down.
Yeah. I'm trying to read this. The degree of Doctor of Applied Science and is entitled to all the rights and privileges pertaining thereto. William Devereaux, Chairman of the Board of Trustees. Paul Jensen, Dean of Barrows University. Notice of appointment from Dr. Casper Darling, Head of Research, to Jules Marmont. The senior leadership of the Federal Bureau of Control has determined to appoint Dr. Jules Marmont as head of research at the facility at Cauldron Lake, Washington. The appointment will be shared with Diana Marmont, effective upon the facility's completion on July 18th. Zachariah Trench, Casper Darling. Excuse me. This Federal Bureau of Control Special Service Certificate, Exceptional Contribution Certificate awarded to Jules Francois Marmont in grateful recognition of his outstanding contributions to the Bureau's scientific endeavors. To my new fellow head of the Lake House, love, Diana. From
Changing passwords, huh?
Security and Technical Support Division to all departments, update to computer password reset policy. Effective September 13, all computer passwords must be reset daily to address security concerns. Holy shit. We are aware this may be an inconvenient password and lead to difficulty remembering your password. We recommend using a permanent set of digits as the beginning of the password, followed by numbers that change daily. Try using significant personal dates, coordinates, etc. Do not use birthdays, the current date, phone numbers, etc. Please also remember that for the time being, passwords are not to exceed 6 digits. September 14th, 2023, Science Fact of the Day. Although most famous for acting, Hedy Lamarr also invented her free time. In her free time. She invented free time. She patented a frequency hopping device for torpedo guidance systems at the age of 38. Replacement key card for request form. Please fill out the fields below before delivering the forms to security. A new key card will be issued to you once your request is processed. Name: Jules Marmont, co-head of research, and requested clearance, the highest one. I forget what it is called. My old card went missing. How would I know if it was stolen or is lost? Why do you not put microchips inside to follow them if you are so concerned with this? I am the head of research and I expect a new card on my desk by the end of the workday. April 18th, 2020. Research profile regarding subject P. Through extensive testing, the subject has been confirmed to possess an intrinsic paranatural ability that manifests exclusively during the act of painting. The paintings feature scenes or events he would have no knowledge of, even sometimes painting an event before it occurs. This effect has been proven multiple times and has an estimated 40 to 100% success rate. Note, the lack of precision in this range is due to the team's inability to prove that a painting's content will not be realized at some point in the eventual future. Researchers asked to reiterate their hesitance to publish any concrete statements surrounding the subject and his ability at this time, as the nature of the paintings and their paranatural effect have been exceptionally difficult to measure and quantify. Conclusion. The subject is suspected to be a Class 2 para-utilitarian, though additional testing will be required to confirm this. At this time, his ability is not believed to be a direct threat to himself or others and can be controlled. The nature of his ability is to show current or future events via the art he creates, but the extent of this forecasting cannot be determined by researchers with any high level of precision. Unlike the art created by Alan Wake, there's no evidence that the subject art is directly manipulating reality via the shadow's energies. Okay, so password. Where is it? July 18th is in bold, so we will use that. Oh, wrong one. Okay, so let's do 7/18/38. Wow, I got it. Annual budget From H. Kingston to the Marmots, good morning. A friendly reminder that proposed annual budgets need to be sent out by the end of this month. Every station is being asked to give a thorough breakdown this year in an effort to find areas where spending can be reduced. Should I book a time for us to speak about this and make a plan? All the best. From Diana to Kingston and Jules, I am too busy to attend meetings. Just use the budget from last year, but make sure to specify that a specific percentage of the research budget is to go toward Project Arbutus, so certain individuals won't be tempted to slow down their competition by stealing resources. From Jules to Kingston and Marmont, I apologize for the difficulty my wife is presenting, Harry. I believe she is suggesting that I would take her project's budget. An unfair and preposterous accusation, though I am confident you'll understand that. I would be happy to meet and discuss the annual budget. It is, of course, the head of research's job to oversee such work. Maybe Diana is no longer up to the task? Go fuck yourself, Jules. So does next Wednesday work? Page's request from P. Levine to Jules. Sorry, I just got a text. Hang on. To Jules Marmont. Dr. Marmont, Project Arbutus has officially requested we return the pages. We aren't using them for any work on Project Ramus, and they are shared research materials, so can I release them back to Arbutus? Harry Levine. Security reminder from Brian Lopez to staff. Please remember to lock your computer before leaving your station for any amount of time. Changing your password daily does not improve our facility's security if you leave your computer open. The Lake House Daily. Good news. Headquarters still dark. Why is that good? Pie was good. More pie for the rest of us. We have coffee. Deerfest this week. Bad news. Headquarters still dark. Nut allergy bad. No Alma beer. It's good. Tried it. The artist is illegible. Someone stole black whiteboard marker. All vacation time canceled. And now that's why they have a red marker. Romnus Daily Stand-Up. No doodling. The dangers of doodling. Please remember that any unauthorized art can skew the results of ongoing research. The following types of recreational creativity are forbidden. Doodling, rhythmic drumming with pencils, fingers, or other makeshift percussion instruments, stacking office supplies into sculpture-like arrangements, dancing, humming, and no poking the rubber the duck. Boating, safety, and regulations. What you need to know before you set sail. Single person, slightly used, yellow, great for checking out the local gays? Local bays. Local what? The local something. I hope it's, is that the local local bays? Okay, it's not local gays. Which, I mean, hey, if that's your thing, you know. Cats love coffee. Interested? Chat with Brandy on sublevel 3 for details. Do not contaminate the lake house with unrelated art. Figurines, ornaments, decorations, and other trinkets are forbidden on employee desks. I guess that guy with the donut setup is breaking the rules.
This should come in handy.
That's a pretty kitty. Power core transport and handling techniques. level-wide lockdown protocol and procedures. When apricot-grade security threat is detected on a sublevel, the entire floor will lock down. During lockdown, all staff must shelter in place while threat is removed, contained, or otherwise disposed of. During lockdown, doors will automatically close and lock, preventing the spread of dangerous material or unrestrained entities. Once lockdown is lifted, staff will be given verbal instructions regarding further safety requirements.
As soon as I got in that elevator, my bad news detector started going nuts. Estevesta team, something's going on in the lake house. I want all nearby agents to...
I kind of want this jacket.
Agent Estevez, what's your status?
Status is fucked.
Breach detected on sublevel 5. Staff should seek shelter immediately.
We have a situation in the lake house. All agents converge on the facility now. Belay that order. Where's the fucking elevator?
That's not blood. That's paint.
Okay. Priority 1, get the lights on. Standing around in the dark near Cauldron Lake, they're not smart? What the fuck was that?
Guess they didn't make it to the shelter. March 10, 2023, the Threshold Linking Experiment Progress Report by Jules. The work to create a stable link between our reality and that of the Dark Place, I'm assuming, continues. Progress is good, with all teams reporting high confidence that a successful connection will soon be possible. Recent efforts in utilizing the paintings produced by Subject P to adjust reality in such a way that achieves our goals were unsuccessful. However, this result allowed us to discard that avenue of research and focus solely on a much more viable one. Our new hypothesis states that the Threshold's energies, and thus its reality-altering effect, are drawn to pieces of art that contain significant level of emotion. This is supported by a clear trend in the data we have gathered over the years. If we can identify and quantify the emotion of an art piece, our work will speed up considerably. Work has already proceeded with an immediate focus on developing devices capable of measuring the level of emotion in any given piece of art. For now, our research will continue to focus solely on the art produced by Subject P. While no pieces of his have yielded successful results outside of their assistance in discovering the redacted pages, his proven status as a para-utilitarian make his work the most suitable for research material. Research order. As the Lake House continues to make progress toward its goal, various avenues of research are being pursued. Recently, one such avenue has yielded unexpected results. The research into nursery rhymes, directed by Dr. and Dr. Marmont, led by Dr. Campbell, as an art form, has shown viability in its ability to connect with the Cauldron Lake threshold. As a result, the nursery rhyme findings will now be carried forward by the co-heads of research and incorporated into ongoing research across the Lake House, effective immediately. Research teams will be briefed on how to utilize the effective elements of the nursery rhymes into their own work. Note, Dr. Campbell and his team are being reassigned. They will continue to develop their work on nursery rhymes outside the Lake House. Any exposure risks related to performing confidential work outside the facility's premises have been acknowledged and accepted by the co-heads of research. Yep, the nursery rhymes did seem to be effective. Sure, let's save. Can't hurt, right? Panel control room. Hey! Everybody.
Darling.
AWE, Shadow. The Lake House. Everybody's favorite mad scientist.
Okay, doesn't do a damn thing without power. Power core receiver. Plugging a core in should get the lights on.
Notice, only use lever once power core is properly connected. In the event of power loss due to paranatural event, insert power core into the receiver, activate emergency power.
That is not a regulation FBC weapon.
Find a way to get the gun by exploring the facility.
Can't open it from the side. Jules's keycard could be useful.
Progress Update 6. Unfortunately, Jules' keycard went missing last night. Huge shame. On a totally unrelated note, I now have a level 3 clearance card in my office, plus a lot of Blackrock. Been grinding the Blackrock down to a powder and stashing around in case any gets confiscated. Next steps. Weapon test using Blackrock powder. If successful, maybe send schematics to off-site teams. It could lead to a transfer out of this shithole. Need to think up more applications for Blackrock now that I have some. There was a researcher at the oldest house who had tons of ideas like this. Wish I could remember their name. Could it be Emily Pope? So, this place is so, you know, everybody is on the same page to the point that this guy is just straight up stealing the boss's keycard to do shit with. Pick up power core, align power core with receiving socket, insert power core.
Oh, I wish they'd make these things lighter.
Art is for analysis, not for admiration. Stay focused on your work.
The way I saw it, there was only one way out. Identify the source of the event and contain or eliminate it. Now, good news, I just had to keep going down. Bad news, the elevator liked to disappear.
And we got scary noise. Oh, what was that? Now there are scary outlines on these paintings.
At least the elevator's back.
First off, a huge thank you to everyone here. The Lake House has made amazing strides in researching the AWE here at Cauldron Lake. Great work, team. I wanted to come in person so I could check in on the latest work.
Sorry, this sounds kind of weird.
It's not our view, so no reason to be scared. Did you hear that, Dr. Marmot? While I'm here, I want to focus on the relationship between the shadow and the AWE site below the lake. The theory that the shadow even originates from the dimension this threshold is tapping into is compelling. Eventually, I want to understand how this dimension manages to convert subjective elements like art into objective reality. What are the constraints of this phenomenon? Can it, say, create altered items or even objects of power simply by manifesting them via a piece of art? These are the things we need to know to accurately classify the shadow. I mean, that name is not very scientific. I mean, who came up with that? Shadow. So, any and all proposals are welcome. Anything testing art's effect on reality by using the shadow's energy is preferred. To find answers, we'll first need a lot of data. No wrong answers. And when I return to the oldest house, I'll take back anything we end up with to run against a classified project called Hedron to build a comparative data set. I wish I could tell you more. It's a very, very exciting non-physical forces impacting. No, sorry, I really can't. It is. You know what? Maybe some of you can come visit. We'll have to get your clearance, of course, but maybe that can. You know what? I don't want to take the entire day talking. So, the shadow represents a whole new area of research, and I couldn't be more excited to start digging in. It is a great new world, people.
The fact that he even said the word Hedron in this video.
Research went way beyond studying Cauldron Lake's threshold. Playing with paranatural forces, it never goes well, Saga.
Yeah, no kidding.
This is exactly why we lock up people like Wake.
I guess somebody's having problems with their back. Yeah, like he actually said the word Hedron in here, which wouldn't even do in like the actual oldest house. He was getting pretty loose here. I'm bad enough at memorizing this stuff as it is, so let's try not to screw with it too much.
If you can understand me, I am an agent of the Federal Bureau of Control. I can assist you if you take no hostile action against me or any action that can be perceived as hostile.
Oh, well, good luck with that. Okay, where's the fucking elevator?
It never fucking works.
Yeah, yeah. No kidding. Where's the elevator? Oh, there it is. Just the other side of the room.
What the fuck were those things? Okay, deep breaths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You never really get used to the shit you see in this job, but you can learn techniques to adjust, to function. Take 6 deep breaths, then get to work. Find the source, collapse the threshold.
Mirror, please hold. Please hold.
Now where am I?
Hold. Please hold.
What is that?
understand me. I'm an agent of the Federal Bureau of Control. I can assist you if you take no hostile action against me or any action that can be perceived as hostile. Do you understand?
Well, I'll be damned.
So what kind of entity are you? You can speak. That means you probably imprinted on a person or retained some of your former self's information. Previously human, maybe? Okay, I can work with that. I just had an unpleasant encounter with some other painted individuals. Any relation?
1,000 painting shoes corrode.
What does that mean?
Paint no brush, a self-portrait.
Okay, hey, calm down.
Fire in his eyes and hands and bones.
You need to cease all hostility right now. It didn't try to kill me. Okay, baby steps. Angry living paintings are not typically on the Cauldron Lake bingo card. Something different was happening at the lake house, and I couldn't let it escape. Bright Falls didn't need this particular cherry on its already shitty sundae.
Sublevel 3.
Page development. Big ominous music is usually a good sign, right? March 24th, 2022, refinement process regarding ATD output and calibration. The automated typing device will produce writing mimicking that of Alan Wake, known para-utilitarian, with the goal of affecting reality with the same consistency as Mr. Wake's writing. To reach this level of authenticity, each page produced by the ATDs must be evaluated and graded based on its similarity to Wake's original style. The pages will be graded using the following criteria. Comprehensibility. This is the most basic of criteria. The page must use language and develop stories in an understandable, organic way. Style. The page must accurately mimic the typical style of Wake's writing, using pages in the lake house's possession as reference. Tone. The page must accurately mimic the typical tone of Wake's writing, using pages in the lake house's possession as reference. Content. The page must accurately mimic the typical content of Wake's writing, using the pages in Lake House possession as reference. Once pages are graded, they will be fed into the algorithm as preferred reference material, thus continuously refining the writing produced by the ATDs until they can produce near identical stories to Alan Wake. Once that is achieved, we will provide instructions to the ATD on what to write, effectively gaining control of Wake's ability to link with the Shadow's power. Yes, their idea is literally to run a ChatGPT on Alan Wake's writing to make stuff happen around around Cauldron Lake. fucking AI. Obviously, that's gonna go great. Well, I shouldn't call it AI.
Diana and Jules Marmont had once been a team. Rising stars in the Bureau, both talented in their own way. Diana innovated and Jules got funding from the bureaucrats. Cooperation led to respect. Connection. Then after a decade of hard work, the happy couple were promoted. Co-heads of research. Their first years at the lake house were good. Challenging, but not insurmountable. Not for them. Gradually, thoughts fell into their heads like drops of dark water. Why does she get all the credit? Why does he get any credit? With that, a crack formed in the lake house. The Marmonts and their work became arrogant, erratic. The crack widened and the water seeped in.
I was thinking, why is there no subtitles for Alan here? And then I remembered it's because you have to actually, you can read it. Words per sentence. Max 12, minimum 1, average 6.71. Is co-heads 1 word or 2? Style. Contains dialogue, clipped phrasing, third person, omniscient, broad timeline. Story concepts. Marmonts, Diana and Jules, FBC, Lake House, conflict, water, dark.
Rudolph Lane stood back from the canvas. He didn't recognize the piece. Did he paint this? His mind was foggy, unfocused. He knew the Marmonts were putting something in his food. A man in a white coat came to steer Lane back to his cell. He did not resist. He was too tired. He lay on the bed, but the stench in his cell wouldn't let him sleep. An acid stink. The turpentine. The paint. It was all over him. Years of it. 1,000 paintings. 1,000 more to come. A putrid weight he could never wash away. Cold hate simmered below the mist clogging his thoughts. Hatred for the paint. Hatred for the brushes. For the Marmonts. For himself.
Yeah, so they basically just kidnapped this guy and kept him as a slave. Words per sentence. Max 15, minimum 1, average 6.41. Style. Character-centric. Lane. Past tense. Clipped phrasing. Higher adjective usage. Focused timeline. Story concepts. Rudolph Lane. Paint. Odor. Marmonts. Hate. Conflict. March 6, 23. Organizational update. Moving forward, research at the Lake House will be divided into 2 distinct projects. Project X10032AW, codename Arbutus, will focus on studying the writing of redacted Alan Wake, with Dr. Diana Marmont serving as project director. Project C43210RL, codename Rudolph Lane, codename Romnus, will focus on studying Rudolph Lane and his work, with Dr. Jules Marmont serving as project director. Staff will soon be notified regarding their project assignment and any required desk changes. Your patience is requested during this reorganization. This is a confidential facility matter and is not to be discussed with external agents or teams. If you have any questions, please contact me directly, Harry Kingston.
went bad. The truth was controlled here.
I love how much Remedy hates AI.
For the experiment.
Just content for the experiment. Which is how, you know, people on the internet, the quote-unquote Gen AI people talk about
There was
art.
a crack in the lake house. The Marmonts had let
September
the lake
12th,
in,
23,
but the
Project
water could
Artemis
not
initial
flow.
findings report
Became
regarding
trapped,
Edward Franklin
stagnant,
Booker,
went bad.
born in New York,
truth
New
was
York,
controlled
currently
here.
resides in
Art
New
was
York,
not
New York,
art, just
married to
content
Tamitha
for the
Booker,
experiment.
no known children or dependents, no paracriminal affiliations found, located in Bright Falls, Washington as of September 10th, 23, writer and director of 5 stage plays
There was a
unsuccessful,
crack in the lake house.
confirmed artist,
The Marmonts
designation
had let the
author,
lake in,
playwright.
but the
Disclaimer,
water
background
could not flow.
investigation performed in a
became
very
trapped,
short amount of time per
stagnant,
instruction. As a
went
result, the
bad.
information contained in this
The
report
truth
is
was
not
controlled here.
comprehensive,
Art was not
possibly
art,
erroneous.
just content for the experiment.
September 12th, 23. Findings regarding Tamitha Madison Booker. Born Atlanta, Georgia, currently resides in New York, married to Edward Franklin Booker, no known children dependents, no paracriminal affiliation, located in Bright Falls, September 10th. Author of 3 commercially successful true crime books. First publication was a poetry collection, unsuccessful. Confirmed artist, designation, author, poet. And if you remember, those we met them at the very beginning of Sagas, or like the very beginning of the game in Alan Wake 2. Those were the couple who were out in the woods and screwed up the cult's killing of Nightingale. At like the very, literally the intro to the game.
Typewriters. Please don't let this be what I think it is.
It is.
As you know by now, typewriters and Cauldron Lake do not mix. And a room full of them all clacking away. 100% bad news.
If you put 1,000 monkeys in a room with typewriters, eventually they'll make Shakespeare, right? Sorry. ATD Production Archive. I feel like the music might be a little too loud in this section. June 23rd, 22, progress report regarding typewriter brand investigation. Investigation into the precise brand and model of typewriter used by Alan Wake with the intent to use this particular brand for Redacted and the ATDs continues to be unsuccessful. Sources contacted with discretion. Wake's publishing house, no useful information. Wake's agent refused to discuss client matters. Wake's spouse refused to discuss. Redacted, no useful information. Checked all available online interviews, publications, elements pertaining to Alan Wake, no useful information. The relevant team will continue to explore alternative sources of information. The ATDs will continue to be operated with the available typewriters until Wake's preferred brand is known. Theoretically, replicating Alan Wake's style of writing via the same brand of typewriter used by the author should yield optimal results. The project director has indicated that a similar investigation should be launched into the brand and type of ink used in Wake's typewriter. And these guys they are grasping in the dark. They have no idea what the fuck they're doing. It is not the typewriter or the ink of the typewriter that has any bearing on what happens. Can't really see what that says. I think the top said ink status. Okay. Matching status. Typing in progress. Please do not turn off the machine. Hydraulics operational. Okay. Nothing really important. Maintenance and repair. Batteries are good. Oh, fuck. There was a file somewhere that had a tape recorder I didn't listen to. Where was that? Shit. I can't remember. I'll have to go back to the beginning of this area and see if I can find it. January 1922, Project Artemis research notes regarding content of Wake manuscript. We've begun to find pages from a manuscript very likely written by Alan Wake, para-utilitarian and suspect in past cases involving the Cauldron Lake AWE. Though I do not like to bring myself or my biases into my work, I must do so here to address the matter being examined. As reference for any future readers, I am Dr. Diana Marmont, co-head of research at the Lake House. The pages we recently found summarizes my life with Jules Marmont, husband and co-researcher. It has turned us into characters for its story, making generalizations and assumptions that I must attempt to evaluate without emotion or prejudice. The accuracy of the writing is intriguing. It reports our past in the Bureau, but also details inner thoughts that an outside recorder would have no way of knowing. Jules and I have indeed been having more and more interpersonal conflict this year. This raises many questions. How does Wake, wherever he is writing this from, get his information? Or was the page itself determining these emotions and events? I cannot believe that the scope of Wake's ability goes so far as to have dictated my entire career at the FBC, and if it did, would it matter? Even if a person knew their life was being driven by an external force, would it change their nature, their behavior, their personality? My disagreements with Jules are not sudden shifts in personality, but rather a growing resentment. I firmly believe that though I have no evidence to prove it, which brings me to a new research query for our team. What methodology can one use to prove that their actions, their mind, their love or animosity are theirs to control?
March 7th, 2018.
Actually, yeah. Oh, nope, definitely not that one.
Notes regarding Dr. Emil Hartman, founder of the Cauldron Lake Lodge, where he manipulated artists in an attempt to control the power of the Shadow. I've gone through his notes, which were confiscated by the Bureau after his arrest in 2010. Overall, Hartman's work was sloppy. Complete disregard for proper scientific method. But he was bold enough to try something we haven't. Our procedural writing machines are promising, but we could understand the effects of Cauldron Lake's threshold much better by observing live artists in action. Thanks to Hartman, we even have a list of prospects. Next step is to send Dr. Darling a request to bring some into the Lake House for analysis.
Okay, well, now that I realized I fucked up, I need to go back here and see if I can find that tape recorder. Hopefully it was on this level. Okay, not that one. Tape recorder, you got a tape recorder? Here we go, okay.
September 12, 2023. Notes regarding a page of an Alan Wake manuscript I found in the archives. I checked the records, and this page is not in our inventory. I believe it manifested inside the Lake House directly. I won't be filing this page. It'll just send Jules into a panic. The page is written in Wake's usual style, so I can't say for certain if it's being literal or figurative when it calls us monsters. But what's interesting is that the page indicates that a painting succeeded in linking Cauldron Lake's threshold with our facility. Writing has always been the clearly superior avenue of research, but I never considered that the writing itself would dictate a different art form as the catalyst for our success. I cannot accept that. I can't allow Jules to stumble his way into success. Not after the years of work I put into this research. I got word yesterday that 2 writers are visiting Bright Falls. I will beat Jules to the finish line.
Definitely a healthy relationship going on here. Okay. Uh-oh, we got paint.
Shit. I can never say no to extra firepower.
And an extra inventory row. Nice. Okay, so the thing is like, if you walk next to these, there is a chance, usually a good chance, depending on the area, that they will pop out through the wall and grab you. And it used to be that they one-shot you. If they grabbed you, you were dead. And there's a few areas in Lake House where they're like all over the walls, and you have to walk right next to them, or not right next to them, but like really fucking close.
Spatial recurrence usually observes the law of 3.
And it's interesting when you play, like playing as Estevez, like you're going through this an AWE as an as an FBC agent.
Compressing, compounding, reflecting, and refracting. An urban legend and a murder in constant imbalance. Cause and effect hopelessly tangled. Arranged wrong, the dream logic flawed, the feedback loop doubled and redoubled, out of control. The pressure kept building, looking for release. This contrived overlap.
So anyways, like looking at, or being able to see the thoughts of an FBC agent during an AWE, instead of going through it as Jessie, who's like totally fresh, and you know, her mindset is way different. So being able to like get in the mind of an FBC agent as they're doing something, I think is kind of neat. No, give me some shotgun ammo. Actually, since we're in the inventory, let's quick slot this. Okay.
The shadow is here. Good thing I brought a flashlight.
Apparently, Estevez does not shoot as fast as Jessie either, unfortunately. How about dropping some ammo for me? Oh, there's another one. Okay, well, you better drop some
staff
fucking
down there
ammo.
had been corrupted. Shit just kept getting worse.
And oh, I was gonna say it's empty. Jesus. You know, sometimes I would like to see like one of these Alan Wake or Control games that's like pure exploration. It just has no combat at all, so you can wander through and read stuff and just like explore these facilities without having this kind of, you know, janky, not extremely fun combat to deal with. I think that'd be pretty interesting. These are just the same pages, right?
Loop 3. Should be the last one.
I keep coming back to this page. The author's clearly awake. It's like he's warning us. But about what? I mean, what does it mean? This page scared Jules away from the work on Wake's writing. A coward can't stand risk. Science is risk. For me, this is proof that we are going in the right direction. I just need Rudolph Lane's paintings to lead to more pages so that hopefully one day we can understand.
Yeah, obviously she called that one wrong.
I keep coming back to this page.
That one is empty, so thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
What is that?
Spooky.
Locked. Maybe there's another way in.
Okay, so we got a power block here. Let's find out where it goes first. We got the switch here.
Controllable shifting phenomena.
What? Oh, okay. spooky music aside, I guess to its credit, things are a lot more tense in the control situation. Oh, that didn't work. Oh wait, I didn't flip the switch. Did it? Things are a lot more tense in these situations when you know you don't have god powers to just launch bricks at any paranatural entity that comes your way. That didn't work either? What? Okay, what am I... But I put the thing in there. Okay, what am I missing here? But I put the brick in there and it didn't work. Can't flick that switch. And it doesn't work there. Wait, what am I missing here? Can I turn this one on now? No, can't use that. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, we plug this in. Oh. Okay, what? I guess I'm just stupid. Okay, and then let's flick this. And there we go. And the elevator's back.
You again.
Hello, Mr. Painting.
Alan Wake's writing is being studied here. Do you know anything about him?
Names don't matter. 1,000 more to come.
They say clear communication is the key to any relationship. You and I have some work to do there. What happened to you? Did the people here do this to you?
Marmon's clogging his head.
You said Marmonts before. Do they do this? Where are they now?
Misery, hate.
Tell me where they are.
A man in a white coat.
Christ. It's fixated on the Marmonts.
Well, they're kind of dicks.
What did they do?
Access denied.
A threshold is the connection between a foreign reality and our own. Now, they all have their own rules, strange as they are, but the further down I went, the more chaotic this one got. Clearly, this was the Cauldron Lake threshold, but something was wrong. Well, more wrong than usual.
Yeah, a lot of that going around today.
Sublevel
Level-wide
2.
lockdown in effect. Please remain calm. Level-wide lockdown in effect. Please remain calm.
Won't open while the floor's on lockdown.
Wait, what did that say? Oh, okay. I totally read that wrong. Ugh, bots. Unknown voice humming. Is it Tim?
What happened here?
Jules Marmont looked at the painting. He didn't understand it. Saw only random whirls of color. Drugging Lane made him more compliant, but his work had turned abstract. Jules needed more art his team could parse, could test. Trial and error. These abstract explosions of color complicated the data. His grip tightened around the letter opener in his hand. The piece of art he needed was hidden inside Lane. If Jules could simply cut the painter open and pull the painting out of him, he would. The overhead lights flickered. Jules would make Lane cooperate. No more drugs. Less carrot, more stick. Jules had to go faster. He wouldn't lose to Diana. Nothing else mattered.
These guys kind of suck shit. Date redacted. Project Rhombus. Subject condition report regarding redacted. Rudolph Lane, subject P, has shown a decline in redacted over the past several months. Initially, this redacted presented as an increase in resistance, frequently declining requests to work. However, given time and pressure, subject would always relent. Subject's attitude toward art has also undergone a change recently. He is disinterested in his work, quickly becoming frustrated and sometimes even damaging or destroying the piece before it is completed. In the past few months, his work has become much more abstract, no longer showing true-to-life subjects or landscapes, but rather conceptual art that is much harder to define or categorize. Whether this sudden interest in abstraction was a form of rebellion, a consequence of growing redacted, or a source of genuine artistic interest is unknown. Well, it's probably that you're keeping him as a slave that might be a problem. Current situation. As of yesterday, subject refuses to touch his supplies. He claims he will not paint anymore and wishes to leave. The subject's refusal has effectively halted all research. While the team can continue to run tests on the backlog of paintings, they estimate that there is little new information to gain. The subject must continue to paint if work is to proceed. However, the team is concerned that convincing the subject with force or coercion may only entrench him further in his position. Action to be taken. Dr. Jules Marmont, co-head of research and project lead, has suggested that a high dose of redacted be introduced to the subject's food to cure his redacted. If the subject's attitude does not improve, then low doses of redacted will be introduced in order to improve his compliance.
I can't paint anymore. I know you want me to paint, but I can't. I'm empty.
Rudolph, no. You love to paint. And you are such a talent. This is just the classic artist slump.
No. No, I hate it. It's just taking from me now. When can I leave? You said you'd let me leave.
Ah, Rudolph, but you volunteered to come, remember? We are helping you, like Dr. Hartman did. Perhaps you need to see our doctor? I can arrange that.
No. No, that's... I am feeling better. Much better.
I will paint. Ah, this is wonderful to hear, Rudolph. I knew you would come back to your old self.
Yeah, so who is this doctor that Rudolph is afraid of what they're gonna do to him? Because that's not a good sign. September 14th, 2023, initial review regarding Booker's writing. The first piece of content produced by the subject is severely disappointing. It is not remotely similar in content to the wake pages we provided as reference. Why is it so focused on my marriage? Why is Jules the protagonist? Why is it set in an actual lakeside cabin? And what is happening at the end? What the hell is in the sky? Did anyone brief Booker about the concepts he had to write about? The lake house? The shadow? We need him to match Wake's style exactly. It's not going to work if he has no clue what he's writing about. We need to get this sorted. We need progress now. Why isn't he taking this seriously? When I spoke to him, he thought I was an actor. I want him to understand how serious we are, whatever it takes. Page ID ARBEB001. Assignment. Continue the story from page ID AW2. Match the tone, style, and content of AW2 as closely as possible. The crack was an emotional one, a line right through their marriage, their foundation, their lake house. These thoughts and more flooded Jules' mind as he stared out through the lake house cottage windows. The sun was setting on a stormy day. Rain-heavy clouds hung low, weighed down with the burden of purpose. Diana sat in her favorite deck chair, staring out across the lake's rippling surface. He watched the breeze catch her acorn hair. As if sensing his gaze, she turned her head. Jules looked away, flustered, and then annoyed with himself for letting her affect him this way. He grabbed the bottle of red wine, poured himself a generous serving, and he kept pouring, his mind distracted by a thought. How did we get here? They had been at the lab, running an experiment, and then they were here. Why? He remembered thinking that a break from the lab would give them space to reconnect, to mine the crack, but he couldn't remember ever leaving. Wine was flowing over the rim of his cup, though he didn't even notice. He put down the bottle, scanning the lake. A faint shimmer hung in the air on the far side of the lake, like a light hitting glass, the sort of thing you only noticed if you were looking for it. He felt like he had seen something like this before, but where? Jules! Diana's cry snapped Jules back into the present. She was staring up at the sky in panic. A deep shadow crept across the deck. Jules ran to the door, to his wife.
Finally, someone who isn't a painting. Hey, hello. Who are you?
Sorry, got a flow going. Can we do this later?
No, we cannot. I'm Agent Kieran Estevez. I'm with the government, and I need your name.
I'm Ed Booker, the playwright. And I'm hitting my stride here, so can you guys stop with all that banging and screaming? It's throwing me off.
What are you even doing? What are you writing?
Well, after you all abducted me in the woods, I've been working on this manuscript you gave me because you need it for some experiment or something. I kind of forget the premise. But, you know, I've had this block lately, and filling in the gaps of this story has really loosened me up. Copying the style is a nice constraint, but I still have lots of room to play. It's a solid creative exercise.
Where do you think you are right now?
In an immersive writing workshop.
Well, bad news, it's not a writing workshop. Good news, it's not a writing workshop.
Right. It's a government facility studying the power of creativity. That makes way more sense.
Look around you. How is this a workshop?
You have to stay in character. I get that. I'm in the theater business too. And look, the sets, the costumes, all great in that, you know, campy, 70s sci-fi kind of way. But you could dial down the role-playing like 15, 20%. Just some professional advice.
Sir, whether you are aware of it or not, there is a situation here. I need you to stay in your cell until I can resolve the matter. okay?
Uh-huh, got it. Hey, no one's been around with food for a while. I could go for some dinner when you have a second. Oh, and can I get my phone back? I want to call my wife. I don't know how Tammy found you guys, but she killed it. 5 stars all around.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Oh, buddy.
The shadow monsters represent capitalism, which means the flashlight is the power of the artist. Sheer creativity tearing through the shadowy cloak of corporate cookie-cutter bullshit. Killer metaphor. This is good stuff. The style's a little clipped, but I can work with that. Short, to the point, visceral metaphors, dark imagery. Government is spreading darkness, trying to control the uncontrollable. It speaks to climate change, oppression, the disenfranchisement of immigrant minority populations. Lots of heavy themes in a dark sci-fi wrapper. Love it.
Retrieval order. Acquisition team is hereby approved to acquire additional research subjects for ongoing study related to Project Arbutus at the Lake House facility. Prioritize outcomes as ordered below. Both subjects brought to the Lake House for study. Tamitha Booker. Her work is more commercially successful, thus more likely to yield results based on proven cases. Edward Booker. Less successful than Tamitha, but theater is more widely recognized as art than true crime novels. Observe the subjects at a distance and only move to acquire if the opportunity arises. Under no circumstances can this operation draw the attention of local law enforcement. Seriously, they're just straight up kidnapping people. Subjects' writing must feature darkness, water, marmots, the lake house, conflict. Did anyone explain any of this to him? Okay, and this was Randolph's. Okay. And that's the way I came in? Where am I? Oops, wrong button. That one's actually empty. Also empty. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it.
Shaded. Hope that glass is thick.
Vandalized text. 0% effort today. I agree. Do not copy Wake manuscript pages.
Access card. Sorry, but I need this. How many paintings did they have this guy make?
Catalog of Rudolph Lane production from painting session on Redacted. RL3 bold 42, black circular shape among yellow lines, an uneven circle painted in dark black in the foreground with jagged yellow-brown mustard lines behind it. Lines sometimes overlap with each other and or bleed into the black circle. 169. Lone tree at night. A dark green tree, pine, standing in a dark landscape, presumably night. 170. Empty road and forest. A dark gray streak across a green landscape, presumably a forest at night. The gray streak is likely to be a road due to its location, color, and the way its width reduces in line with the perspective. A small white shape in the road could be a page of writing by Alan Wake. Relevant teams have been informed and are searching for the site now in an attempt page retrieval. 24. Yellow crescent shape on black canvas. A curved yellow shape and a roughly crescent shape painted onto an otherwise empty canvas. Possibly a crescent moon or banana. Unfinished piece. 24. A red, yellow, and green circle. 3 uneven circles, one red, one yellow, and one green, roughly arranged in a vertical line. Background is black and gray, with dark red streaks along the border of the canvas, possibly a traffic light. 171. Cityscape with blue-gray sky. Gray vertical shapes, likely the skyline of a city, in the bottom third of the canvas with a vivid blue-gray sky. Geometric shapes painted with thin white lines can barely be made out among the colors of the sky. 44. Black void. A deep black void covering the entire canvas, with a few small specks of dark or light gray able to be seen on close inspection. 45. Large variety of black spirals. A large number of rough spirals painted in black, ranging in size from that of a quarter to that of a basketball. Though the canvas appears quite covered, it is blank aside from the spirals. 25. Brown shape with horns. A brown shape, vaguely triangular, with what are presumably horns extending from the shape. Likely an animal head, possibly a deer or elk. Black background. Okay. So I'm guessing. I mean, those are bold numbers, so I'm guessing those are going to be part of the code. But what is the hint to which numbers we need? (9/14/23). I made that reservation for our anniversary, which I certainly never forgot was a week from this Friday. Let's take separate cars from the office. Can't have the bosses see us leaving together now that those hypocrites have banned inter-office relationships. Okay. 9/14/23. A week from this Friday. 9/14. A week from, so 9/23/23. Wait a second.
Damn it. That's not right.
(9/14/23). Anniversary a week from this Friday. 9/14. This Friday is the 16th. A week from this Friday is the 23rd. No, oh, okay. Fuck. Friday, Saturday. What kind of calendar is that? Okay, so Friday is the 15th, so the 22nd.
Nope.
Huh?
Come on.
Okay, I thought I had it figured. Okay. they had me. Okay. 9/14, a week from this Friday. This Friday is the 15th. A week is the 22nd. 23. Permanent set of digits as the beginning. What's a oh wait, maybe it's on the computer. Trisha update from P. Greenberg to Watterson. I just found out what happened to Trisha. Jules fucking fired her. I knew it. She was way too vocal in last week's all-hand meeting. She had valid concerns. That man is a tyrant. Speaking up about safety is no reason to fire somebody. Can you believe this new password policy? What security concerns are they even talking about? We're fenced off government bunker in the middle of nowhere. I think they're getting paranoid. Anyway, I set the security terminal's new password like the memo suggested. Our anniversary is the base, then the black void. Okay, here we go. Black void. Oh, nope. 44.
That's not right. Nope.
What? Maybe I should keep reading. Anniversary is the base numbers, then Black Void. Yeah, the Marms are losing it, big surprise. I bet Diana set Jules' background to a big old turd or something. Once again, making their shitty marriage everyone else's problem. The password you sent didn't work. Black Void is 44, right? From the list of Lane's paintings? I need to get it in or this is going to be a total waste of a Wednesday. 44 is right, yeah, so I guess you're telling me you don't know when our anniversary is. Well, good luck with that. Today's password is the date of our special, unforgettable anniversary. Oh, plus brown shape with horns. I maintain that seeing a movie together does not begin a relationship. Okay, so brown shape. Okay, unforgettable anniversary with brown shape with horns. That's what I get for not reading the whole fucking thing. Okay, brown shape with horns. 25. Unforgettable anniversary. Hey, okay. Now I am well aware of when their anniversary is. Jeez.
Lockdown lifted. You are now safe to resume working.
This is probably fine, right?
Estevez, come in. Facility. Sub-level 1. You copy?
No. Turn back. Area is extremely hostile.
Fucking radios. I'm on floor 1. I'll need help.
Attention, missing Blackrock. From Jules to staff. There's a significant amount of Blackrock missing from sub-level 5. I expect there is a misunderstanding and someone has taken it to another floor by mistake. If you did this, respond to this message and we will fix the problem. Blackrock is a precious material. We only have so much of it now with the oldest house being closed. Security reminder, please lock your computer. Safety concerns. I'm writing this because I have serious concerns about safety protocols being disregarded across the facility. I've collected a list of violations that I personally observed. I can send this to you. My opinion on the matter is that both Dr. and Dr. Marmont are driving this facility staff into a progressively more reckless behavior. Good day, Trisha Howard. Wow, she's right. Hello, Miss Howard. Thank you for sharing your opinion. All facility operations and safety measures are under the purview of the heads of research. If you have a complaint, please file it directly to them or contact the Bureau's acting management team in Dallas. Interesting. Mr. Kingston, I thought we reported to the acting management team in Kansas. I reached out to them about this issue multiple times and got no response. Even if they did respond, we all know that they don't have the staff to investigate every internal issue after the oldest house went into lockdown. I believe the Marmonts are knowingly using the state of chaos to their advantage. Our treatment of research subjects is in clear violation of the Ash Act. These are punishable offenses. If you do not open an internal investigation, then I will resign. Well, she was right. Okay, and remember, flashbangs do not actually kill enemies anymore, so this should be interesting. But it's either 3 flashbangs or 1 flare. Oh, are you fucking... Oh, god damn it. Okay, well...
The world.
I guess that could have gone worse. ATD progress review. Too much overlap between tone and style. Merge? Word choice good, but oh, well, okay. ATD lot 90. Okay. Page 4. Dark, trees, pond, shade, dim, crow, dark, woods, shade, drab, flashlight, scream, breathing, lake, blood, grade, comprehensibility F, style F, tone D, content D. Word choice good, but incomprehensible. Lot 271, page 59. Dark, scream the darkness. A dark reminder of the dark's inner darkness. A well of darkness. A vortex like black paint. Darker and darker and darker. So dark the darkness could hardly see. A dark figure emerged from the darkness, facing the darkness with dark intent. A dark knife glinted in the dark darkly. Dark like the dark eye of a dark raven. Dark feathers rustling in the dark night sky. No moon. The moon had been eaten by the dark. The dark drank it, and the sun. A dark moon rose over the dark sun that had set into the darkest darkness. The darkness darkened darkly, darkening the dark until it dimly darkened even the darkest dark. Grade, comprehensibility D, style C, tone A, content A. Structural improvement, repetition issues was solved with sufficient rounds of refinement. Page 10, lot 311. The rotten snail beamed. A wooded grain bent from the owl. Egg mail. 4 forms in the glass eye and melt. A cracked page booked through from down and bark. I grow and longer with the lower dark sea. No one found. Egg male heaven. 4 during out. He chin. When all scream in blue and an axe vermilion. A day is around. Flat across evening. The water murmurs in light bulb trees. Round the cat. The night glares in all streets. The coffee deers run. Fear drinks locks by windy cottages and black fires in the same mirrors. A mist heavies in panic mountain. Grade, comprehensibility F, style F, tone F, content F. Style tone prioritized over comprehensibility, negative process. Lot 405, page 19. The dark woods rattled darkly. Flashlight peered into the deep darkness, and the dark shivered. Flashlight scowled. A woodsman came with an axe. The woodsman's teeth screamed. Flashlight screamed too, and was cut in half. Blood mixed with the darkness, a dark blend. Pistol looked at Flashlights in shock. There was nowhere to run, he realized, but he ran anyway. He ran into the deep dark of the woods. The woodsman rattled behind them, bouncing through the trees. Pistol knew it had nowhere to run. Pistol drew his pistol and turned to face his death. The woodsman emerged, and Pistol opened fire. Pistol's pistol flashed in the dark night. Once, twice, thrice. The woodsman fell with a clatter. Pistol breathed, in and out, in and out. Pistol looked at each tree, in and out. He was safe. Pistol grabbed the woodsman's axe and plunged it into his pistol to charge it. He went to check on Flashlight. Pistol checked each half of Flashlight. She was dead, and he knew it. Pistol screamed at the trees screamed back. Comprehensibility B, style C, tone B, content C. Making progress again. Individual elements are strong, but ATD's lacking awareness and intention is a blocker. Need more wake reference material. Critical. Refinement plus time equals progress. How to correct. Input non-wake reference material. Source human subject. Use staff at writers. Risk of data skew. I hope some of y'all got batteries, because I am out.
I had a thought today, a possible avenue for further research. When we think of art successfully affecting reality, we always think of Alan Wake and his writing. This could be due to recency bias or simply the amount of recorded evidence skewing our opinion. But also, I wonder if writing's very nature is an advantage. Text can describe events in such explicit detail. The story gives the shadow a blueprint, a map of what to make real. But not all art is like this. Music, sculpture, dance, cuisine. In our case, a painting. When the source material is open to interpretation, how will the shadow choose to interpret it? I think Diana will find the question very interesting. Most likely, she already has an answer. That's why I love her.
Well, that definitely must be an older recording. Why does this dude have a bag over his head? what the fuck? What's that about? I still really do not like how long it takes to reload and switch guns in this game. Like one of the main things about shooter video games is that it kind of like, I mean, I can't think of what I'm like the words I'm trying to say, but there's a little unreality in how it works in that there's always shortcuts to how long things take to reload. To make combat smoother, and this just does not do it. Team notice, August 7th, 23. As you may know, a valued member of our team was recently reassigned on Project Arbitus. Carla Livingston's designs and engineering expertise were a key part of the creation of the ATDs. Their contributions to the project cannot be overstated. The project team should rest assured that the reassignment was an error that should be corrected soon. Our project director, Dr. Diana Marmont, would like to remind all team members that any directives or assignments from Dr. Jules Marmont have no bearing on Arbitus staff and should be ignored. They're just poaching each other's talent at this point. So. Painting... Oh! Background report regarding Rudolph Lane, December 13th, 2019. Wow, he's been here a really long time. In 2010, Lane was inadvertently involved in AWE 35 while residing at the Cauldron Lake Lodge, where he lived under the care of Dr. Emil Hartman. Lane was seriously injured during the AWE. He received medical care in Seattle for 2 months, during which time he was questioned and cleared by FBC staff. After the Cauldron Lake Lodge was seized and closed by the FBC, Lane moved to Wateree, Washington, where he currently resides. Recent surveillance confirms he has no known personal relationships or affiliation with paranatural groups. As requested, the observation team has confirmed that Lane continues to paint as of the date of this report. Okay, so they hadn't abducted him yet by that point. Okay, there was a container back there that I missed, I guess. Okay.
My team was on sublevel 1. I knew they were in danger.
I need to go back. Wait, I'm on. This is 2? No, I need to go to 3 real quick. Because there's those 2 doors to open. Actually, hang on. I need to feed my cats. They want lunch. Okay, sorry that went a little long, but I figured if they were getting a snack, I could take a moment to get up and stretch and grab a little bite myself. So, let's get back to it. We returned to floor 3 because there are a couple of security level 2 doors in here that I wanted to explore now that I had the pass. Oh. This is, oh, just office.
Water dripped from the ceiling as Diana stared at the folders stacked on her workstation. Each one was a branch of research. Drip. Some were thin, some thick. They represented years of her life, her work, dissecting the act of creation and examining the bloody pieces. Bringing in live subjects had been her idea. Drip. Bureau leadership denied their request. But after HQ went into lockdown, she took advantage of the chaos and got her artists. Jules had whined about the optics. Diana ignored him.
Yeah, she
Now in her
sucks.
office below the waterline of Cauldron Lake, she considered how to proceed. Jules was convinced the page they had found would come true. It promised disaster. A situation out of control. Impossible. Diana was always in control. Drip. Drip. She needed answers. She needed to quantify, to define, to control.
We all know how well C word goes in this game. Even Jules was like, hey, we need to back off, and Diana, she super sucks. She's like, nope. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do. No, pressed A on this one.
Jules' team has found new pages written by Wake.
Man, the music is really loud in this, and I even turned it down.
You must have gotten Rudolph Lane painting again. His bullshit pedestrian methodology cannot produce results before mine. I have to go faster, no matter the cost. We're still behind our projections. The more the machines can produce, the closer we can calibrate them to Wake's style. The proper calibration takes a lot of raw material, and production is slow. No. We're changing directions. The hypothesis remains unchanged. Imitating Wake's writing style will allow us to generate art capable of linking with the threshold.
Okay, Elon Musk.
Our live subject should match Wake's style much faster. People can be calibrated just like a machine. You simply have to push the right buttons.
And fuck this lady. To use art with the power, the power of the shadow. Well, they missed a word in the alt text. We must first define art. Thesis: does a critic define what is art? Where do we find critics? Kidnap, lure in critics? Or the audience? Are we the audience? Must we like the art? What is the role of an artist? Who is an artist? If you believe you are an artist, are you one? Do you need to be good? Does quality matter? Define an artist. A drug-using bum. Often wears a turtleneck and drinks red wine. Left-wing political views. Danger. If left-wing politics made real by the shadow, any right-wing artists? Not for abstract art or poems. Wow, these guys really suck. What is art? Should we kidnap critics? Don't want left-wing views in art, otherwise the shadow might make it real. Okay, that was it for this floor, right? Yeah. Okay. I guess might as well hit a quick save while we're here. Yeah, see, I wasn't even by the fucking door, or by the painting. Piss off. I was like on the other side of the hall, and it still popped out and insta-grabbed me. And like I said, those things used to like they would one-shot you. That would be a death in the original release day version of the game, but they patched it out because people kept on dying. Uh-oh.
Sub-level 1.
Oh, you fucking bastard!
Jules Marmont killed my team. He was taken by the shadow. I'm sorry. I should get that gun while I'm up here. This isn't working.
Okay. Oh, that's a dead fucking end. Okay, cool. Just kidding. Oh, I gotta move the... fuck.
Yeah, that name is not very scientific. I mean, who came up with that?
Huh?
Assistant, moi? I run the lake house. This is my facility. Mine! You cannot just walk in here for 1 week, make some speeches, and then fly back to New York. Espèce de crétin, prétentieux. The jackass thinks he's a fucking rock star. And he made fun of the name. Huh. Oh, the shadow. The shadow is good. It's evocative. He is just a jealous, spoiled little child. And I will make it so everyone can see this. I will make it so no one even remembers his name. Tous ces imbéciles là, hein? They all think I am a pencil pusher. They think I do not have the mind for such work. Eh bien, ils verront. Ils verront! I will take what they think is possible. But I will break it.
Well, that seems good. Okay, now let's move the things. And hopefully we can actually get in the room now. Was this computer on before? Pie Day from Jules to staff. Hello, to celebrate the arrival of fall, I have brought a variety of seasonal pies from the local diner you all seem to love so much. The members of Project Rhombus can come enjoy them in the lobby near my office. All the other staff should visit the other Dr. Marmot's office to see if she brought pie. Also, despite the ridiculous dramatics of last year, I purchased the delicious pecan-filled pies. Sensitivity reminder from Kingston. Hello. A gentle reminder that nut allergies are a serious health issue and making light of them is not appropriate workplace behavior for anyone of any seniority level. Bringing nuts to the office is a health risk and should be avoided for everyone's safety. Pages request from Jules to Perry Levine. Do not release any of those pages. Tell Diana and those fools on Project Arbitus that we misplaced them. An unfortunate filing accident. Tell them we are confident the pages will resurface in 2 or 3 weeks, but we are too busy making progress to look for them right now. Be sure you say that we are making progress, just as I wrote it above. Attention, missing black rock from Jules to staff. There is a significant amount of black rock missing from sublevel 5. I expect there is a misunderstanding and someone has taken it to another floor by mistake. If you did this, respond to this message and we will fix the problem. Now, this is, I guess, Jules' sort of office, and the black rock is just on the other side of the room. Like, uh-oh. The thing did not move. What the fuck? Move the goddamn painting. Uh-oh. There we go. Progress update 5. Got the firing mechanism working. It's throwing the test projectiles a good distance. Turned out pretty nicely. The fittings between the grenade launcher and custom components are a bit loose. No proper lathe here, but at least it works. Now I need some actual black rock for the tests. I know there's some on sublevel 5, but the acting inventory supervisor doesn't get access to that floor. Oh, wait a second. It's right there. 02 12 19. Reassignment. Hello, Carla. I've decided to reassign you from Project Rhombus to Inventory Management. Your title will be changed from Senior Researcher to Acting Inventory Supervisor, effective immediately. You may find this change sudden, but I have no doubt someone with a nut allergy like yourself will prefer to work alone in the inventory booth than out in the open where any dangerous pies may be waiting to hurt you. Perhaps some hard work will keep you from making any more unfounded HR complaints. Jules is a... Okay, so Diana may be, you know, she's going all out on ignoring any safety protocols, but Jules is a fucking dick. Like, She complained about having, or she said she had a nut allergy and couldn't eat a pecan pie, and so he doubled down on buying more pecan pie and then assigned her to an inventory out of her central research.
This should get me down to sub-level 5. And this should get me past any other problems.
Charge the Blackrock launcher by holding down RT. Charge shots go farther and deal more damage on impact.
There was a crack in the lake house. The Marmonts had let the lake in, but the water could not flow. It became trapped, stagnant, went bad. The truth was controlled here. The art was not art, just content for the experiment. The contrived overlap rebounded on itself, compressing, compounding, reflecting and refracting. An urban legend and a murder in constant imbalance, cause and effect hopelessly entangled. Arranged wrong, the dream logic flawed. The feedback loop doubled and redoubled, out of control. The pressure kept building, looking for a release.
Oh, and I'm out of health items. This should be fun. Alright, come here, you motherfucker.
Finally! Something works on these bastards.
Emily Pope would be so proud. Okay, so now I gotta go all the way around to move all these paintings again. One more. Okay, and I did just pick up security level 3, right? Okay, so there's another. I gotta go back down to 2. No, no, no.
The Shadow had changed Jules Marmont into a hostile, paranatural entity. That made everything simpler. No arrest, no paperwork. I could put him down like the monster he was.
Sublevel
too.
Lane was found dead in his cell this morning. It's an unfortunate setback.
Jesus.
But when a door is closed, a window is opened. I believe that's the saying. Lane may be gone, but he left us with a goodbye present. A final piece of art. This piece is different. It's raw emotion, pure truth. He put everything he had into this one. Literally. Every reading we take is off the charts. This is what we have been waiting for. It is the key. I will achieve what no one has before me. Not darling, that arrogant shit. Not my selfish harpy or the wife.
So, we have a painter and a painting that can talk. Clearly connected. But Lane was dead before any of this even happened.
I never needed any of them. The fools will finally see me for the genius I am.
You know, between Darling and these guys, I think this is a pretty good case to just shut down research. Everybody that they seem to find to do research are just, like, totally awful people. Rudolph Lane commits suicide because he is locked in because he is a fucking slave, and all he they're just forcing him to do these paintings over and over, and this guy's thought is, what a setback. From Dr. Jules Marmont to Romnus staff, status of Project Arbutus. As head of research of the Lake House, it is important that I am informed of all proceedings at this facility, since the other Dr. Marmont is failing to provide me with details about her team's progress. I ask that you all seek information from members of her team. Anyone who comes to me with details on Project Arbutus' current progress will be rewarded. Oh, can I, Nothing for that tape machine, okay. Okay, that's it for this level? Looks like it. I guess might as well take a look at that container back there. Maybe I'll get lucky and there's a Blackrock grenade in there or something. Now that I have it. Did I just hear a phone ring? Well, I guess shotgun ammo's okay. Okay. I thought I heard a phone ring. Let's check on this other guy. You still doing okay? Just chilling? Okay. Oh, that's probably what it was. That computer beeping. Wrong side of the room, I guess. What? No? Huh? Where's the elevator? What? The elevator's gone. Oh, there it is. Okay. Can we go to sub-basement? Yep, okay. And 5 isn't even listed on the map.
This is not level 4. The Marmonts were holding a painter here. Rudolph Lane. Does that ring a bell?
The shape of a man.
I think you are, or were, Rudolph Lane.
Himself! A self-portrait! Make them see!
Look, I might be able to help you. But I need information, cooperation.
No brush! Just himself!
That went well.
Rudolph Lane was dying. Both murderer and victim. Red hues ran down his hands. Was it scarlet? Or cadmium? Too vivid to be maroon. Names don't matter, he decided. Color was pure. Inspiring. For the first time in years, he wanted to paint. A self-portrait. To say goodbye. No. To make them remember. To make them see what they did. He slapped his hands against the wall to steady himself. He began from there. No brush, just himself. The strokes were crude, violent. The pain, misery, and hate he'd endured there. The fire in his eyes and hands and bones all spread into the shape of a man. It was quick. Natural. Like a heart attack. He slumped down to the floor, smiling at the anger he left smeared across the wall.
So, Rudolph, you know, he slit his wrists and then he painted that painting using his own blood as he bled out. It's a hell of a way to go.
Sublevel 4.
Gotta find that elevator. Oh, nice office.
Now, this is the area that I was talking about early on, where there's like a whole bunch of the paint guys. They would just like, you would die a whole bunch of times because they'd just grab you out of nowhere and one-shot you. So it should be fun.
Come on.
Oh, that's just the stairs up. I'm stupid.
Okay, Blackrock powder. Need to keep an eye out for more of these.
Just hug the opposite wall and hope nothing happens. Yeah, see, they're all over the place. I don't need shotgun ammo. I need grenades.
Shadow shifted in the dark. Come here. You'll die.
Yes, thank you. Got items though. See how well this. Oh, nope. Oh, you know, I think I'm actually supposed to kill a Taken with this thing to get a get an achievement. I'm really low on ammo though. Also, I need to find a way out of here. Fuck. There we go. Ooh, what's that? Annual report, threshold study, December 15, 2017. Progress in the Lake House's directive to understand and suppress the Cauldron Lake threshold has improved this year. Research in the areas of threshold energy and detection and measurement have made great strides, allowing us to work with the investigations department in construction of an early warning system near the shore of Cauldron Lake. Exploring the relationship between the shadow and sources of light continues to be difficult without active threshold manifestations to test against. Additional means of containment and offensive measures against the shadow have similarly been difficult to develop without an active AWE though theoretical research continues. Research into threshold suppression techniques is ongoing, with no clear determination regarding their viability possible at this time. The team has been testing counter-frequency projection in the vicinity of Cauldron Lake per mandate V29 HED Hedron something, with all findings being sent to Dr. Darling as requested. In summary, 2017 has been a successful year with further promising breakthroughs predicted for 2018. September 12, 2020. Research mandate. Before Dr. Darling was lost in the lockdown of the oldest house, he tasked the Lake House with discovering the nature of the shadow and its ability to convert art into reality. During our diligent research into this phenomenon, it has become clear that Darling was not dreaming big enough, which leads us to the new goal of the Lake House and its talented staff, to create a stable connection between the Cauldron Lake threshold and our own dimension. Threshold traversal has only ever been possible inside the oldest house and occasionally during altered world events, though this is often an involuntary process. The Shadow's known attraction to art provides us the perfect opportunity to create the world's first controlled bridge between dimensions that can be safely traversed in either direction. A laboratory will be built on sublevel 5, where experimentation related to linking with Threshold will be performed. This location will take full advantage of our proximity to Cauldron Lake. In this laboratory, we will simultaneously develop machinery that can connect with the AWE site in the lake and use art as the focal point to create the bridge. The precise methods are yet to be determined, though teams will soon be formed to explore processes involving art as a dimensional anchor, reality manipulation via art, and machine-assisted coupling.
The lake house was underwater. The Marmont's ambitions had finally been realized. Jules had dangled the painting like a lure and hooked an ocean. Their machines couldn't hold it. A fault in the system. The water rushed in, filled it until it was ready to burst. All their successes and failures had led them here. The work had made them into monsters. But the lake house was still theirs. It always would be. They could feel an outsider trespassing in their labs. "I know you're here," they called out to the dark. They hunted floor by floor. They wouldn't let the intruders stop their progress. This was their home, their beloved tomb beneath the waves.
And I got an achievement dinghy for something. July 15th, 2016. Project Arbutus, The Definition of Art, a study by Diana Marmot. To truly comprehend the threshold within Cauldron Lake, we must first understand its attraction to art. However, even the definition of art is as varied as the range of crafts that fall under the name. To that end, we must open a track of research dedicated to defining and quantifying art, ultimately rendering the concept into a unit of measurement. To begin, let's not try to understand humanity's definition of art, but rather Cauldron Lake's preferences. Past cases of Cauldron Lake's threshold affecting reality have centered on writing. Wake, 2010. Cinematography is also suspected, though not directly confirmed. Zane, 1970. What about other mediums? Okay, remember that they think that because of the poet Thomas Zane, he wrote himself out of reality. The Dark Place created the other Zane, and that's what they're thinking about. See also Control. Jesse's therapist does not find anything about Thomas Zane the poet, but does find stuff about Thomas Zane the filmmaker. We will need to test the viability of painting, poetry, music, photography, sculpting, dance, and so on, not to mention the myriad of genres or methods within each medium. And what about crafts outside the most common artistic expressions? Does any act of creation on a high level of expertise merit the title of art? Baking, woodworking, etc. What about non-physical mediums? Why is music an art and philosophy is not? Does something become art due to its medium, its quality, or perhaps simply through the intent of expression? Or an equation made up of all three? What would be the order of importance? What thresholds must each factor reach for the equation to succeed? Clearly, there is much to determine. We must begin with developing a methodology using a vast range of arts and general creative endeavors, both physical and mental, then find a way to test their potential connection to Cauldron Lake's threshold. Cauldron Lake is an enigma, with many layers to pull away if we are to understand it, and ultimately bring it under control. The work will take years. May 12th, 21, follow-up report regarding Redacted. On the morning of Redacted, the musician held at the lake house for research purposes was discovered missing from her cell. Security footage of the cell from the night before was damaged by electrical interference of an undetermined nature. Redacted, known professionally as Redacted, has produced a song called 6 Deep Breaths during her time at the lake house that was considered very promising as research material by Dr. Marmot and Dr. Marmot. Redacted somehow used her song to orchestrate her escape. Efforts to find Redacted were brief, with any wider search considered an unacceptable risk to the lake house's mandate of confidentiality. Action to be taken. An investigation is currently ongoing as to whether any staff at the lake house were involved in the disappearance of Redacted. An investigation is currently ongoing as to whether the subject was used the song they created as a redacted means of escape. All material related and work to produced by Redacted will be stored in the archive for future reference. Online checks for the public reappearance of Redacted are to be performed weekly. Known web addresses associated with Redacted in the past, known addresses with para-utilitarian AWE, This House of Dreams, if you remember, that's the blog that came before Control about the person who moved into a house in Ordinary, Jesse's hometown, and found stuff relating to Thomas Zane. Siren Society is actually if you go on there, it's a website, it's like a fan website for Poe, the artist who is this song, the song that is playing right now is by the real artist Poe, which is a friend of Sam Lake, and that's her fan site. Redacted, Blessed, Redacted. For the up-to-date full list, refer to Redacted. This song right here. So maybe Poe was kidnapped. I'm not sure if it's supposed to actually be Poe, the real life artist, or not, or if it's like a joke. But 68529. Maybe we'll pay attention a little bit more to the credits to see if the song is credited to somebody else. Letter from Darling, archive 5 years ago. Diana, I just received a letter from Darling about, from Jules to Diana. I just received a letter from Darling about a request you made to bring in live subjects. What were you thinking? Do you know how that looks? What did he say? What is approved? No, he refused. You know protocol does not allow this sort of thing, and he says he will be making a trip to the lake house to check in on us soon. Like we're children. This is very bad for our reputation, Diana. Please, if you have an idea like this, come to me first. Abandoned project. From Jules to Diana. Diana, considering the details on the new page we have found, I believe we need to abandon the research into Alan Wake's writing. We must not endanger our staff. Don't pretend like you're worried about them, Jules. You're just looking out for your own ass. The fact that the pages are detailing future events means they are the correct method. We have to learn how to harness their power and dictate events to meet our goals, not Wakes, whatever those may be. The ATDs are producing better and better results. We just need to keep doing the work. Okay, so this is 6 months ago, and Jules is already like, okay, we need to drop this shit. And Diana's like, no, fuck you. No, Diana, I'm looking at the page right now. Constant imbalance, out of control, a crack in the lake house. If we continue with this research, we will lose our facility. Perhaps more than that. What is the point in succeeding if we're dead? I am head of research here, and I forbid you from proceeding. You can't forbid anything. You're not going to keep me from the most important work of my life. If you're too much of a coward to keep pushing ahead, then I'll finish what we set out to do here alone. We have plenty of ongoing lines of research. I suggest you pick one and leave Wake's writing to me. You always needed me more than I needed you. Official complaint from Kingston to Diana. I received your formal complaint about Jules' behavior. You claim he is maliciously keeping research material away from your team, but he says they have simply been misplaced. I understand you are frustrated, but I recommend giving his team a week or so to find the pages and return them to your team. If this issue persists at that point, then let's discuss your desire to escalate this issue. Does that sound agreeable? And as we know, Jules really did have the pages, and he was just like, no, fuck you. Okay, well, not going that way. Okay, so... Wait, was there a security card somewhere over here?
September 13th, 2023. Notes regarding the concept of the tortured artist. A romanticized image of the sensitive artistic temperament, yes. But there may be truth in the cliche. It's no secret Rudolph Lane has been unhappy here for years. But, the aggregate data shows his art's viability score trending upward over time. If Jules hadn't neglected to hold regular psychological exams, then we could have quantified the subject's emotional state, creating a sort of distress rating to compare against the art score.
God, this is so fucked up.
Goal of my study of Edward Booker. Once we set the variables and establish a control reading of his art and mental state, then we can begin inducing negative emotion. Limited food and water, perhaps. An increasingly tight living space. This is how Jules lost his subject, though. Need to be careful not to leave any sharp objects in Booker's cell.
Jesus Christ. These people are awful. Okay, well, I hope there wasn't a security card in here I'm supposed to find. let's just try taking the elevator down to level 5 and see what happens. I guess if the elevator was here, we could do that, but it's not, so okay. Now we have to find the elevator. Oh, there's a light thing? It's right here. Duh. Okay.
Where that bastard is hiding them. All those years, he steals credit for my ideas and my work, and now he's scared of being plagiarized? Oh, that is really fucking rich, Jules. Oh, and he's reportedly misplaced the manuscript pages I need for my work. Suddenly, the exact pages that I need to reference have just vanished. He is actively impeding critical bureau research. I mean, if he can do that, then what is stopping me from going down to that lab? And I don't know, just inverting the amplifiers or misaligning the receivers or both? It's the same thing in principle.
This doesn't look like Lane's style. Different artist.
February 26, 2019, from Casper Darling to the Marmonts. Something to get you started. I couldn't stop thinking about this new direction for the lake house after I got back to New York. I hope pivoting to researching Threshold Redacted's reality manipulation effect wasn't too much of a shock for you. It seemed like your work on containment was stalling, so I decided you all could use a fresh start. Here's something to get you started. Some drawings made by a certain redacted a while back, files 6D01 through 6D04, found in the attached envelope, and test for any reaction they may trigger with the shadow. Still don't like how unscientific that name is. You can designate the artist as P6 in your records. I expect regular updates. Go team! Could that possibly be Mr. Door? A red tree, huh? A person falling with red. Well, they were. This was from Dylan Faden before the hiss, so maybe that's supposed to the red is supposed to represent the hiss. Gonna fall into the, uh-oh. Alright. Here we go.
The color was pure! The fire made them see!
Oh, Jesus. 1, 2, 3.
Sublevel 5.
6. No.
How about giving me some of those black... There we go. I need some fucking grenades, bro. Alright, here we go.
The Marmonts had opened the door into Cauldron Lake's threshold. It was forced, it was unstable. Shutting the experiment down was the only option.
Well, you're looking good there, Jules. But wait. He's not the final boss. She's got a lot of anger issues, huh?
Typical fucking Mormons.
Oh, what the fuck?
Why did you idiots think this was a good idea? Where'd she go?
Oh shit, okay. Okay.
The threshold's about to fracture.
Ouch. Come on. I don't think I have any heals left. Nope, okay. Oh shit, that killed her. Fuck. She was the other person I haven't killed with the Black Rock launcher either. So, there went that idea.
I know what the Marmonts did to you, to Rudolph Lane. I will do whatever I can to make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again.
The putrid weight he could never wash away!
The Marmonts are dead. I don't know if that's any sort of consolation, but it's done.
The pain, it was all over him!
The threshold is tearing itself apart. I need to shut this down. Look, I'm sorry. I know you didn't make a choice here. It's not fair, but I have to shut this threshold down before it fractures.
Here we go, the Control 2 preview, sneak peek. Pay attention.
Agent Estevez stood in the forest just outside of Bright Falls. She watched her team detain Alan Wake and Ilmo Koskinen, stuffing them into black SUVs. She realized this was the moment Wake had been writing in the vision she had seen. The story was coming true. She pushed the thought out of her head. It had been a good tip, a way to find Wake. Nothing more.
Alan Wake! After the Threshold event collapsed, I was back at Cauldron Lake.
Wait, what?
But for a moment, I was somewhere else. I saw Alan Wake there.
Did I miss the Control preview?
In Bright Falls, in the woods. It was a good tip.
God damn it.
I called the surviving members of my team, and I told them to meet me there. You know, these cases, they never get less ambiguous or easier. This one, this was tough. Because protocol says entities like the Taken are monsters, threats. But the Marmonts were monsters way before the Shadow got to them. So at the end of the day, what's the difference?
There must have been a room in one of the floors that I missed, because there's a Control preview that you're supposed to find. Fuck. Well, that's disappointing. This is the second time in as many streams that I missed something really important. Fuck. Well, okay. I'm sorry, but that was like 95% of the Lake House DLC. And I guess I'll have to put a link to the Control preview in the YouTube description. Apologies for that. I don't even remember like where it was. I thought you were supposed to see it at the end, just like I thought you were supposed to see Alice's epilogue. Here's a new song though, so we'll listen to this. Actually, I wonder if I could hang on. While this is playing, I'm just gonna try to find that video so we can play it real quick. Okay, listen to these lyrics. Doesn't it kind of sound like Sam Blake is like, I might be retiring? Or maybe, or like... maybe the universe isn't gonna get finished? Like, the lyrics of the song are really worrying. I think it's really worrying.
Deep press, deep press.
Wait, were the controls for the pause, speed up, skip? Were the controls for the credits always here? What the fuck? Let's see, Dylan Fate. Okay, so we already watched the credits way too many times the last time. Okay, so hang on. We are gonna switch over to display capture, and we are okay. So here is the Dylan video that we were supposed to have watched. What the fuck? Okay, I missed a huge thing. Okay, I didn't see any fucking light switch, but apparently I missed it. It was probably in level 4 in the maze somewhere, because I don't know where else it would have been. Is this really 1080p? A little mishmash between Jesse and Director Trench with the spiral. Man, I'm really disappointed. Oh shit. I'm super gonna have to look at where the light switch was after I get done with this. Because I'm very disappointed I missed this. I knew it was here in the game somewhere, but I totally just blew past it. And see, it's definitely been an amount of time. And he's kind of lucid. Well, he's doing better at least. Here we go. Control 2, preview. Oh, fuck. Okay, what? God damn, I'm gonna have to look this up. Okay, so that was the Control 2 preview. I'm sorry I didn't actually manage to check that out in the main game, but I definitely needed to show that off beforehand. I should have looked up. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. Hang on, just to have to have everything done. No, go back. Okay. While I am in the menu for this thing, I'm just gonna show off the Alice Wake. Show off Alice Wake's last epilogue video while I'm here. Okay, so that is the video that plays like at the end of the credits for the new game version, like the original new game version. That video plays, and then it goes into the final draft, which is where like there's a lot of, you see Alice around the game and stuff like that, and then, you know, at the end of Scratch's when Scratch gets the clicker, you see her hand grab the clicker, and then Saga finds it in the dark place. All that stuff is in the final draft because Alice orchestrated all of this, but you don't find that out until, like, you find that out at the end of New Game, and then you see how that actually plays out. Alan's ascension into the Master of Many Worlds at the end of the final draft. Okay, so I don't know why I didn't think of pulling it up at the end of the last stream and showing it off then. I should have done that. I was just so fucked up from it not being there after 40 minutes of credits. I double checked like after I was streaming, it was literally 40 minutes of credits at the end of this game. It's insane. So I was just totally fucked up at the end of that from having to sit through all of that and then the video wasn't there. So anyways, this has been the completion of Alan Wake 2. We finished the main game yesterday, and we did 2 of the Night Springs expansions before that. Today, we went through Jesse's expansion, which is, I don't know, it's kind of mid. I don't know. Like, it's definitely the worst of the 3. It's not terrible, but it's, like, it's a different version of Jesse. She doesn't have her powers. She, like, and, like, the Coffee World area is just kind of crap, and the Sheriff Tim Breaker isn't really Tim Breaker. He's, you know, he's just kind of there, and I don't know, the story's kind of shit. But Lake House DLC, on the other hand, is pretty good, and like FBC is really fucked up, man. Like it's sad that we do not have Jesse as the director. Like even at this point, it's been so many years, and the oldest house is in lockdown. And so there's nothing, like, she's not really the director of anything. She's not she's not running the FBC outside the oldest house at all, which kind of sucks. But the Marmont, like, you get the Marmonts doing all this evil shit while they're running the lake house, and it turns into this whole fucking thing. And at least Estevez is out and about. I think she will have a lot in common with Jesse and Arish and how they view research. Emily's, you know, she's gonna have to definitely rein in research whenever the oldest house opens back up. But as you saw from the Control 2 preview, it looks like things may be going bad outside the oldest house if they open it up. But I guess we'll see in 2 or 3 years. It's gonna be a while. But, well, I get maybe there will be a sneak peek in Firebreak when that comes out next month. But, thank you for watching. I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do next. Alan Wake 2 was a lot longer than I expected. There's been a few times where I've had multiple day breaks in between streaming, and then the game itself took a long time because this time I was having to read out loud all of the pages and everything, which takes a while. So, I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do. I want to do something short and or breezy. So I was thinking of maybe just running through another Call of Duty because those things take, you know, 5 or 6 hours or whatever. Or maybe I was kind of thinking of doing Spyro 1 Reignited because I played through that game like 50 times, and I kind of know it, and I don't have to really think about it too hard. And it's not terribly long, and it's kind of breezy, so it's not terribly difficult. But I'm not really sure. So, whatever happens next, you will see it when your notifications pop up. So thanks for watching. Thanks for this journey through the Remedyverse. This is the last Remedyverse game. So we've done the whole thing from Address Unknown to Alan Wake to Quantum Break through Control, and now Alan Wake 2. So that's it. We've done the whole series. So, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Okay, so we're back. Just real quick, I was peeved at myself for not being able to find the Dylan thing, so I looked it up real quick. So, what you have to do... Okay, we flip the switch to turn it into the dark version, right? And then... Actually, I really don't need to do this, but have it. Okay, so we have to look...
Doesn't look like Lane's style. A different artist.
A different artist. Okay. So we have to look at these
All those
3
years,
images.
He steals credit for my ideas and my work, and now he's scared of being plagiarized.
And we look at the final
really
image with somebody falling. And then
Oh, and he's reportedly misplaced
the light switch cord.
pages I need
How
for
I
my
managed to run by this twice because I went... I don't know, but we missed it.
Vanished.
Quick lesson on light switch cords. If you find one, pull it 3 times.
2 No, you're supposed to pull the cord. Okay.
The Ocean View Motel is a dimensional intersection. The doors from the lobby can lead anywhere. But I didn't end up in the lobby this time, which was definitely unusual.
She's not wrong. It is unusual. And these doors do not have other markings. If you remember in Control, when Jesse walked through the hotel, each door had a different symbol. This door is infinitely long, I'm sorry, this hallway is infinitely long, and the doors have no symbols, except for this one. And then we got the Jesse and Trench picture with the Dylan symbol, I guess. The Panopticon symbol, or something symbol.
But the Panopticon is at headquarters. Yeah.
I'm outside in a forest. The sun is shining. Birds are calling. I feel dirt beneath my feet. A breeze. Everything smells. I'm in a forest. Sunlight on my face. Birds are flying past. Leaves rustle in the wind. In a forest. Not here. The sunlight. Trees are everywhere. A field of flowers. Not here. Not here. Not here. I'm in a forest. The sun is shining.
I'm Agent Kieran Estevez, Federal Bureau of Control. Identify yourself.
We cannot walk around the cage.
Who are you?
It's been a long time since I've seen anyone.
Could Dylan still be in a coma?
This is an FBC containment unit. Why is the Bureau detaining you?
I'm where I belong.
Everyone I meet here is either a painting or a paracriminal.
There's a sign over there for the Panopticon. The Panopticon's only in New York, in HQ. Is this the oldest house?
I think that's where I am.
So you are inside the oldest house. Is anyone else alive?
I can't.
It's a waste of time. Hey, this is important. FBC headquarters went dark 4 years ago. What exactly happened in there?
We were attacked. No, no, not again. Not yet. No, 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 no.
Hey, stay with me. Stay with me.
Okay.
Still a little bit hissy.
What attacked the oldest house? I need to know.
Something's changing. Outside. Can you feel it? I can hear it. It's getting worse. You can't stay, can you?
Hold on. I need to know if I...
Tell Jesse I tried. I really did.
Is that really the oldest house? It felt wrong somehow.
It did, huh?
At least my voice is back to normal.
And there you have it. That was the oldest house, the Control 2 preview. I apologize for not getting that at the first time. And I know I already showed it off the YouTube version on here, but I really wanted to know where the light switch was that I missed, and it was right there. I walked right by it. So there you go. All right, well, thanks for tuning back in. I'll see you guys later.